Morning all, how are we doing? 5 minutes late, shut up, Ben. Hope you're all doing okay. So I'm beginning to regret this already. This is quite a long flight. It's going to be about like 4 hours, I think, as we head over from Rhodes, which is a Greek island, but look at the map there. Let me put the map on for you. It is not really that far away from Turkey, so it's quite a long way. We're probably looking at around 4 hours in the air today. That should be cool. We're in the Fenix, of course. V2, B2, IAE engines. So it'd be nice to get a little bit more experience under our belt with that one too. I'm not sure if I've got a scenery issue, because look. Oh no, all the other planes are gone. There was a plane right behind me, just there a moment ago, that looked like it was parked. But it seems to have gone away, so that's cool.
Jaguar's traffic, Austrian 9112, lining up, departing runway 24, 1 S2, Lima departure, Jaguar's traffic, please advise.
Ah, there it goes. It's that one over there. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Jolly good. So, we are on New Sky, which is connected, so that should hopefully be okay. I don't think I need to do anything just yet. So the VA is dead at the moment. We can't have anyone join. But apparently once I do my first flight, things will come to life. So that'll be cool.
This parking is too small for your aircraft.
Let's do... In fact, we probably need to jump in first, don't we? Let's get some batteries on. Let's get the old bird fired up. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Let's bring in the flight from Simbrief. So... yeah, 3 hours 51 in the air, so quite a long flight, really. Quite a long flight. By our standards, at least. By some people's standards, it's nothing, but... So we're only taking 75 today, that's all New Sky would give us. But that's okay. So, let's get GSX. I love this feature. This is such... I wish PMDG would add this feature.
For your refueling truck is on its way. This parking boarding request, please don't load aircraft until the fuel truck arrives and ask to do it.
Like, one button just does everything. I love that. I do love that. I find GSX a little bit of a faff sometimes. And just the fact that one button does everything. All the data from Simbrief. It's great. I love it. More of that, please.
Fuel truck is in position. Please don't load aircraft until...
Yeah, we should be alright, Wasp. I've scheduled it for a 20 to 11 off block. Oh, there goes the plane behind us, look. There we go. Up, up and away. Go, go, go.
Please use your airplane fuel system to set the desired fuel.
There it goes.
Passenger's bus is coming.
Honestly, the animations on GSX, like, what the hell? So janky. There you go, straight through the cargo. The luggage racks. Oh my god, honestly. Straight through the GPU. It's just so janky.
Passengers boarding starting.
Honestly, I don't know whether it makes it worse or better, like, watching all of this play out. Like, yeah, there's something on the screen moving, but what the hell? I don't know. What do you think? I'm not convinced. So the reason I've chose this flight is because on Thursday I actually fly to Rhodes for a little holiday, and obviously I will then be flying back. So kind of wanted to do the flight for myself. It's the rules, isn't it? If you're going to go anywhere, you got to do the flight on the sim first. I figured it'd be a nice longish stream as well for us as well, because obviously I'm going to be away for a little while, and I've been a bit rubbish on the streams lately. I'm well aware of that. Painfully aware, in fact. So figured it'd be cool for us to do this one today. Right, let's jump in. Get things fired up properly. See, I was looking up here then, thinking I was on a Boeing for the IRS, but it's not, is it? It's here. 1, 2, and 3. So we've got external power on. That's fine. Let's do emergency lights. Arm. No smoking. Auto. Crew supply. Fuel is currently loading. We'll leave the fuel alone, the fuel pumps, until the fuel's fully in. Hey Jaffa. Are you going to be in Spain in June, July? No, no I will not. I haven't been to Spain in a long time. Do like me a bit of Spain though. Alright, so we're going to use runway 24 as did the plane that just took off. Let's unload that old flight. Get ourselves in. There we go, so this is us at stand 4. And we'll push back. Go down via Juliet. Hold at Alpha. Rhodes Diagoras. Let's make sure we're tuned to Unicom 122.8. Yes, we are. Set up this MCDU. Go to the AOC menu. Flight init. Init data request. I'm not going anywhere, Ben, to be honest. I'll just be here working on the channel, probably. So, call sign today, X-ray, November, Oscar 565. That's all good. Let's go to our init page. Init request. Do cost index of 60. So for whatever reason, it's got me at 24,000 feet, which I think is absolute nonsense. I don't know why Simbrief did that. I don't know why it's done that. Okay, we've got 53 boarded. Fuel is getting there. You know what, Frug? I've never been to America on Vatsim. Keep meaning to. How long to IRS alignment? 5 minutes. Jolly good. Okay, we're going to depart on runway 24 using the van. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Vans 2 Mike departure. Now I'll put in not Heathrow. I'll put in Gatwick. I'll put in our arrival, even though it's hours away and it could all change. 26 left is what I'm anticipating. Using the Kuna 1 Golf arrival. Yeah, QNAV. We got ILS 26 left. Transition via Timber. Very good. Finding the right frequency. They're about 100 on VPilot. Why is that then? I heard someone say that it's not actually... Like, there's no ATC at the... When you're at the gate. It's like... You kind of do your own thing and then you contact somebody. Is that right? (1016). Okay, 2 minutes till IRS alignment. How are we doing over here? Passengers are loaded. Fuel is very, very nearly done. What about the baggage then? Is that not happening yet? Oh, we've got one pushing back over there, look. I feel like I might be getting a cold. Still, should make for a nice landing when we fly in. I mean, look at that. Obviously, we're at a default airport, so it is what it is, really, in that regard. But it's okay. This would be a good one for like Orbex or any builds, probably, wouldn't it? Hey KW, how you doing, man? So I'm guessing they're waiting for the fuel to get out of the way before they do the baggage. In the Fenix CFB settings, link the barrow. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. I meant to do that, actually. Hey, Alberpino. Nice to see you. Ah, there you go. There's IRS alignment. So with that being the case, let's step through our route, shall we? So, straight out on runway 24. Then we head out to Vans or Vanes, however you say it. And then we start making our way up. And it's sort of around about now you realise what a long flight you have ahead of you. Kunav, so we're getting closer. Yeah, Kunav, Admut, Timber, then May, then we come in on final. Nice. That'll do. Let's check out some charts. Yeah, Juliet Alpha to runway 24, that makes sense. Anything we should know? Okay, so it's just saying about, and that is a fair point actually, if an aircraft vacates on taxiway Bravo, obviously our pushback could be affected because we've got some hot spots here, and we are right in the middle of one. Because you imagine we're going to have traffic from Charlie and Bravo if you've got aircraft vacating. That's going to be quite an early vacate, isn't it? But I don't know, it could be a prop plane. If we're sort of pushing back, then you can see how that would be an issue. What else does it say? Pilots are advised to adhere to ATC instructions. Yeah. Taxiway B is closed with cones, barricades and obstruction lights when parking stands 17 or 18 are occupied. So what are we on? Oh, they're the ones that are further out, aren't they? Because there's another row of parking kind of out here. Maintain vigilance. Okay. Oh, that's us. So 5,000 for us, isn't it? Because we're on the Vanes 2 mic departure. Transition altitude is 6,000. No worries, Chef. That's all good, mate. Aha, here comes the baggage. Hey, Russell. Good, so that's a flight plan, all good. Just waiting on the baggage, and we'll send all this data once it's complete to the MCDU. Save us typing it all in, because we are lazy. Or I am, at least. Morning, Brian. How's that lovely monitor of yours? Not jealous. Honest. Have you guys seen all the mini cockpit stuff that's going around? Like all the extra stuff they're going to be making. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. What a time, eh? Obviously we've got this bit here. The FCU. We're going to get the side pieces. They're even making a condensed little overhead panel. And the... is it this bit down here? Whoops. Why does the DOS on debug, do you mean FPS, on debug dev mode show 30 and Alt and R shows 60? That's because you're running frame generation, I presume. And the simulator cannot count the frames that NVIDIA adds through frame generation. Whereas Alt and R, that is the NVIDIA overlay, so NVIDIA can count the frames coming from the sim and the frame that it adds through frame generation. That's why. Almost done. So the Alt and R is the frames generated by the sim plus your frame generated frames. So that, I guess. Yeah, I mean, frame gen's a good thing in my opinion. In flight sim. Like, would I run it if I was playing like Call of Duty? Absolutely not. No way. Because it adds a latency. Because obviously you need to have a couple of frames generated by the sim for then NVIDIA to slot a frame in between those two to make 3 frames. That all takes time, which increases the amount of time it takes for you to see frame number 1, because frame number 1 needs to be generated and frame number 2 needs to be generated by the sim, then frame number 3 needs to be slotted in the middle by NVIDIA. That all takes time. Gross oversimplification, but in the context of the sim, I don't think it matters. It doesn't matter with the sim. Because everything's very slow, everything's very gradual. Kind of what we're after is butteriness. Whereas Call of Duty, it's like you want to be able to flick your mouse and get like the smallest number of milliseconds between you moving your mouse and you seeing things. But yeah, for the sim, I'm all for frame generation. Makes total sense. It does make total sense. Alright, let's get some APU on. What about when updating my GeForce NVIDIA? Should I not? Depends what you upgrade to. If you upgrade to another NVIDIA 40 series or in the future 50 series, then great. If you go to AMD, then you're going to lose frame gen. I mean, they have their own, but I think it's kind of agreed upon mostly that NVIDIA is slightly better quality. There we go. APU starting up. So we should hopefully get some power. There it goes. 115 volts. Decent. Update my NVIDIA will affect frame gen. What do you mean by update? Like updating the drivers or updating the card? Aircraft loaded. Sent to MCDU. Love that. Love it, love it, love it. Look at that, all in there, look. Let's do our performance quickly and then we'll get gone because we've got a long way ahead of us. Okay, 148, 148, 151. Oh, we can just send to MCDU from here as well, can't we? Yay. I love it. So lazy. Okay, so perf's done. Init A and B are done. Why does it think we're going to be at 24,000 feet? Doesn't seem like a good idea to me to be at... Yeah, 340 is optimum. Let's go with that. Yeah, get in there, Lanky. Get in there. There we go. Let's take a look at... We don't have a lot on at the moment. We're basically going to have the place to ourselves all the way home, unless something comes on. I mean, I'm hoping by the time we get back to Gatwick, there might be something for us. That's the hope. That's kind of why I did it this way rather than the other, because if we did it starting from Gatwick, you know, this time of day you're almost guaranteed nothing, so... Should be good. Okay, let's get 5,000 in the window. Happy days. Is there anyone else here? No. Alright, let's get GSX ready for a push and start, and we'll get ready to go.
Too small for your aircraft.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
I'm not sure how many flights we've done. I mean, it's hard to say what really counts as a Vatsim flight, because you can do a flight and be on Unicom the whole way, and therefore it doesn't really feel like a Vatsim flight.
Departure checks completed. Bypass been inserted.
I would consider a Vatsim flight when you actually have to like do stuff. You know, if you're flying into Gatwick and it's busy.
Looking gear.
Okay, so we want nose to the left, tail to the right. Diagros traffic, air not 565 at stand 4, pushing start facing east. Diagros traffic.
Release parking brakes, please. Release parking brakes, please. All engines clear. Start at GUI.
Oh, I need to start Blue Sky, don't I? Okay, let's put the engine into ignition. We'll start engine number 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, please observe the cabin crew member closest to you as we are about to demonstrate the safety features of our Airbus A320 aircraft. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard our Airbus A320. Please pay attention to illuminated signs and crew instructions, including the following safety procedures. The safety card found in your seat.
Please set parking brakes.
Information about exit
Wait in your confirmation for a good engine start.
and the brace position, which you must adopt if you hear brace, brace. There are 8 emergency.
Alright, that's engine 2. Available. Let's do engine 1.
At all times. If the air supply fails, masks will drop from above you. Pull a mask towards you to start the oxygen. Put the mask over your nose and mouth and breathe normally. Hold the mask in place with the strap. Pull on each side to adjust. Put on your own mask before helping others. If we land on water, take a life jacket from under your seat. Remove from the pouch and put it over your head. Pass the tapes around your waist and click together. Pull the strap to adjust. Do not inflate the life jacket inside the aircraft. When outside, inflate it by pulling the toggle.
Okay, engine 1 is almost ready. Obviously we're on the IAE engines, so we've got EPA as opposed to N1. There you go, available, that's good. So, engine mode back into normal. Let's tell GSX they can...
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Unlocking gear.
Flaps 2 today for takeoff.
Tow track disconnected. Bypass be removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Jolly good, so now we're started, we can get rid of the APU. That's fine. Let's get our nose lights to taxi. Put the runway turn-offs on. Can't hurt, can it? And we are all good. I do believe. Diagorous traffic air knot 565, taxiing runway 24 via Juliet Alpha. Diagorous traffic. Alright. Not entirely sure where GSX has put us. But yeah, we're going to basically head... Whoops. We're heading down here. Runway 24. But as you can see, we're the only one here. Oh no, wrong island. There we are. Still the only one there. Jolly good. Right, let's have a little taxi, shall we? Hey, Green. Hey, Lee. Yeah, this scenery feels very not quite right, doesn't it? Once again, default scenery strikes again. But like, you can't be buying everywhere because it just gets so expensive, doesn't it? How much did the stick, yoke, throttle and flaps cost? Oh, blimey. I bought it all in bits, so it's not like I just ordered it all at once. I think the stick was like 50 quid. The yoke I got on a deal at 230, maybe? The throttle quadrant was about 80 or 90, and the add-ons were again like another 80 or 90, and my rudder pedals were 100, I think. This is sort of like over the course of a long time. Oh no, Lee, why is that, I wonder? That's not a bad view, is it? Not a bad view at all. Alright, let's try and stay on the taxi line. It's good pull, but you need to have a CPU that can keep up with it, because ultimately the sim is very, very CPU limited as opposed to GPU limited. Obviously if you're playing at 4K, the GPU limit will come into play quite quickly. But if you're at 1080p or 1440p, you might find a CPU upgrade is more worthy than a new GPU. Bit heavy on the brakes there, but never mind. Alright, parking brakes on. Jolly good, let's get the strobes on. Come on, landing lights on. Ready for takeoff. That's all looking nice. Takeoff config is normal. Let's set our thing to Tara. Even though we're on Unicom and there's no one around, we'll do it anyway, because we might bump into people further down the track. Okay, let's make our announcement. It's Diagorus, isn't it? Diagram's traffic air knot 565, lining up runway 24 for takeoff on the Vanes to Mike departure. Diagram's traffic. Yeah, nothing around. There we go. So at least Rex Ground Textures is adding a little bit of something to our default airport here. Alright. Let's get ready to go, shall we? I think we're all good. Let's hold it on the brakes. Do a flex takeoff. Rotate. Positive climb. Gear up. And it's an immediate right turn away from the island. Beautiful. Yeah, look at that. That's how we do it. Levers into climb. Is it me or did that flap animation seem a little bit on the slow side? Okay, let's disarm the ground spoilers. Diagram's traffic, air knot 565, airborne, 4,000 feet. So there's Vanes, which marks the end of our SID. Yeah. Then we can start heading up to flight level 340. Pretty island though, isn't it? Very pretty island. But yeah, as I said, for those of you that weren't here at the start, the whole point of today's flight is that I'm actually going to Rhodes on Thursday. So we're doing the flight back home today on the sim before we go. Because that's the rules. You've got to do it. Obviously when boarding I'll let the flight crew know that I'm ready and available in 14C if required. Which I'm sure they will roll their eyes heavily. Cheers, Jaffa. Take it easy. Alright, 5 miles to Vanes, then we can start moving up. No, that wasn't a bad takeoff, that. I was quite happy with that. Okay, let's get ourselves up to 340, shall we? We'll do an open climb. Oh, I don't know, Wasp. That's a contentious issue. Alright, there's 6,000 feet. Let's go standard pressure. Oops, standard pressure. Standard pressure. It's not Boeing, I'm not going. Okay, 10,000 coming up. Let the passengers out. Jolly good. Yeah, that add-on pack from Fenix is going to be awesome, isn't it? Because we're essentially going to get Fenix quality that is kind of... Yeah, you can kind of set your watch on that, can't you? Oh, I didn't set the chrono. But yeah, 321 and 319, that just gives us a couple more options. Just to flesh out that kind of A320 family a little bit. It's really good. Do you think they'll ever do a Neo? Don't know if they'll ever do a Neo. More buses, the better. That's going to be a good year for the bus, isn't it? I mean, obviously, what we have now with just the standard A320 has been really good. If that can then almost not be copy-pasted, that's the wrong word, but if the quality that we have with this can be translated into a 19 and a 21, like, who's going to complain at that? That's brilliant. That's going to be well worth the asking price. I forget what it is. It's around 40 quid, isn't it? Something like that. Yeah, I'm not sure about the A330 from Aerosoft. I kind of feel like its development cycle gives me a little bit of pause. Hasn't exactly been straightforward, has it? I kind of feel like Fenix have got the reputation that they can basically do any aircraft or any Airbus aircraft, whether it exists or not, by another dev, and people will probably flock to it. £40, yeah, I thought so, Paul. Thanks. Yeah, I think just overall it's a good year for the sim, or it's shaping up to be. Not only have we got the new sim coming out, we've got a lot of aircraft as well. I think I'm mostly looking forward to the 777 freighter. I think that's mostly what I'm going to be doing. Just because it then justifies a lot of shorter routes. That I otherwise, I mean, there's no way. I mean, this is pushing the limit, to be honest. Today, there was a little part of me last night after I scheduled the stream being like, "Are you sure you want to do a 4-hour flight? Are people going to get bored and leave halfway through the stream?" And you can tell when you look at the graphs, like takeoff, there's a spike. Cruise, it just dips, and as you get nearer to the destination, obviously people that join stick around for longer because it's like, oh, he's nearly there, I'll carry on watching, and then it recommends it to more people, and then it snowballs. So there's a little part of me that thought maybe today was a bad idea, but we'll see, we'll try it. You got to try these things. But I feel like this is on the longer side of what I'm comfortable with. But I kind of feel like I owed you guys one, to be honest, because I've been really rubbish the last few weeks. Life has been incredibly annoying with work and stuff just getting in the way. Like every time you think, oh, maybe I'll do a stream today, it's like, nope, can't do it. So I do apologise for that. Good morning, Charlie. I think I need to reposition the camera view because I kind of feel like my camera is halfway through the pane of glass, which is why we're getting this line. Go for that view. Cheers, Wasp. Yeah, I imagine I will be on. Probably going to be a good 3 or 4 hours yet before we get to Gatwick. Hoping we get some ATC. I don't know what's going on at Gatwick or en route. Absolutely nothing. Okay, so we've got London Dover control, which is got ground on at Gatwick. Look at Luton. Luton is so busy at the moment because of the indie builds. Look at all the people at Luton. Where have they all gone? Whoa, Luton is jam-packed. Jam-packed. Flipping heck. Got much on at Scotland. ATIS at Edinburgh, so maybe that means stuff's coming. KW, check out a video I made on the channel ages ago. I literally did a comparison. At the time I had a 5600X and a 3070. And I did a 16 versus 32 gig of RAM video. Also, on my other channel, I've also just done a video all about RAM 16 versus 32, although it's massively underperforming and I don't know why. I'm going to have a look at it, change the thumbnail or something. Hey Franny, where are you going? Geneva to Gatwick. Easy 1183. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, there you are. Oh, you're a bit ahead of me. I'm all the way down here. I'll see if I can catch you. Hang on, KW. I'll grab my laptop and I'll link them in the chat. 2 secs. Alright, those are the two in chat. Do you get high FPS at demanding airports? Well, I limit my FPS. So, currently, so it's weird, I've upgraded to a 4080 Super, and while I do get 4K native, I've limited myself to 30 frames. Just because I'm doing a lot of encoding as well on my GPU, so I'm encoding a stream to YouTube and to Twitch. So, if you're not careful, if I've got the sim running at like 90 FPS, and it's just trying to gobble all the resources it can, that will then impact my ability to encode a stream to Twitch and to YouTube. So I kind of have to, until I get a dedicated streaming PC, I have to hold back the sim a little bit. Yeah, Franny, you can download it off the website. Well, if you see there on above the map, airnot.co.uk, there'll be a livery page on there. You can download them. There it is. There we go, there's cruise. Paul, I've got a Founders Edition, so it's the one direct from NVIDIA. The reason I did that was because at the time, NVIDIA said the card should be, in the UK at least, £959. But the trouble is, by the time by the time Gigabyte, MSI, Asus, once they start making all of their cards, and they claim that their coolers are better, they put a minuscule overclock on it that makes no flipping difference whatsoever, but then they charge you another 50, 80, 90, 100 quid. Makes it much less of an appealing option. Whereas NVIDIA sell the card at the price it should be sold at. And I kind of figured at that price it made sense, but once you start getting into, you know, 1050, 1100, 1150, 1200, it's like, you know what, that card doesn't make sense at that price anymore. Which is why I didn't bother with the original 4080, because I thought it was too expensive. Yeah, temps are fine. And actually, my case isn't very good. It's an NZXT H510, which is notorious for being a hotbox. But the chip itself is so efficient. I don't know if you've seen it, Paul, but on the channel, if you scroll back through the channel, not too many videos, there's a video I made where I popped in the 4080 Super and ran some benchmarks to kind of see what we could get out of it. That was with frame generation, that was, you know, everything cranked just to see what it could do. But yeah, the plan is to use frame generation. What I need to do is get another TV that has variable refresh rate, I think. Because unless I fix it to 60, I get tearing. Because I'm on a 60 Hz panel, or lock it to 30. But to lock it to 60, that basically does 30 from the sim, 30 from frame gen, whereas I'd rather let the sim give us the 40, 50, 60 that it can do on its own, then add the frame generation frames. That would be a bit nicer. Alright, we're sub 3 hours. That's got to be good. No, I haven't yet, Andy. It's on the list to look at, though. I might make a video about that tonight. I did see it. Any tips for TCA, Airbus, throttle and joystick? Tips like key bindings. So when you say the throttle, you mean just the throttle without the add-ons? Because obviously the add-ons do a lot of the... what you would have to have bound to buttons on the stick without it. Right guys, I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to go and grab a coffee. Alright, I'm back. That took much longer than I anticipated. Right, what's been happening? Does Vatsim allow custom liveries? Yes, it does. However, if like some random person was flying past me right now, they would not see me as Air Not. They would probably see me as like a default yellow Airbus. However, if you want to fly along with us, and if you want to be able to see each other as Air Not, within the liveries, within the download, I include a VMR file, and what you do is you go into vPilot, go into settings, the model matching, load in that VMR file. Then so long as you have the livery installed on your machine, if I then fly past you in an Airbus A320 and you're in an Airbus A320 and you've got the Air Not livery, I will appear as the Air Not A320 as well. If you become a full-on Vatsim partner with Vatsim, I think then you get the option to have your liveries added via FSLTL. And then that's obviously then available to a much wider audience than just the people in your little community that all have the VMR files and the liveries installed. Do I just make up a random ICAO code to put as my flight number? So what I do is, for Air Not, we always fly as X-Ray November Oscar, so XNO, and then I generally put like 3 digits after it as my call sign. So today we're X-Ray November Oscar 565. Again, KW, check out an old video. I've got one called Quick and Easy Wing Views, where I show you how to do that. Bit easier though in the Fenix, because I think you can open the cockpit door and just move your camera through into the cabin and get the wing views that way. You don't need to fiddle around hacking the camera to get outside the plane. My side sensitivity is whatever Fenix tell me to put it as. So on the Fenix knowledge base, they've got an article where they basically tell you what to do. And I figure they would know much better than I, so I just do as I'm told. Oscar, I wouldn't have a clue, I'm afraid, mate. Never tried any WinWing stuff, and certainly not for DCS. Basically, I use the Airbus TCA throttle, and that's fine for like big airliners, I think. Really, it's not like I'm dogfighting in it or anything, and you're in autopilot 90% of the time, so. Alright, let's do a check. An ATC check. Okay, so there's me. There's just nothing, is there? Oh my god, Luton is still heaving. Look at that! Absolutely full right up. Oh my goodness. EGAA. Where's EGAA? Everyone's going to EGAA. Is that Aberdeen? I did buy Luton last night. So I'm very much looking forward to checking it out. Belfast, of course. Morning, Bagua. For those of you wondering who I'm talking to, is Bagwa's in the Twitch chat. We're multi-streaming. Twitch and YouTube. Big time. Older Grove. Yeah, of course, that does make sense. Should have known that. Yeah, I was thinking I might do a flight in the new A300 with the new engine upgrade. Is it Pratt & Whitney? From Luton. I don't know what it is with Twitch. I just can't seem to move the needle on it at all. But then discoverability on Twitch is just horrific. It's like the biggest get bigger. And you've got to work really hard to kind of get beyond that, like, streaming to one person thing. So yeah, I don't know. I kind of feel like YouTube is my home, and it's like I might as well stream to Twitch. You know, it can't hurt. But YouTube is like YouTube's where it's at, you know? Almost like TikTok, Instagram. Like, I upload YouTube Shorts. Although I've been rubbish at that lately, but normally I would upload YouTube Shorts on my landings and stuff like that to YouTube. But I'll put them on Instagram, I'll put them on TikTok. They're almost like syndication endpoints, as opposed to like a place that I'm genuinely trying to grow a community, you know? Plus TikTok, I don't know, no offence to people that use TikTok, but it just seems like the place is full of idiots. Just like absolute brain rot on TikTok. I don't know what it is. It seems like the stupidest comments by far come from TikTok users. And they seem so absolutely certain that what they're saying is correct, when, like, factually it is just wrong. It always makes my day when you get somebody that starts mouthing off on TikTok, saying that your landing speed was too low, too high, too this, too that. And then you get like a British Airways captain that's like, no, it was right. It's like, yeah. TikTok average age is like 12. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Just the content, like I started scrolling through it, because obviously I've got an account to upload, but I don't actually use it. But I just started scrolling through the homepage, and I was like, oh my god, like, it's like junk food for the brain, isn't it? It feels like you're just being manipulated constantly. One way or another, it just feels like a giant manipulation. I kind of hope that we're going to see a bit of a swing back to more like authentic content. I think we are. I think we are slowly. Why is the draw distance so bad in front of us? Because look, you can see these hills just loading in square by square. Yeah, I kind of hope we get like a bit of a content renaissance. And I kind of feel like it's maybe happening slowly. But I feel it as a creator. I feel the pressure to kind of cram everything in really quickly and get to the point really quickly and don't waste a single second because people might turn it off. I think the risk with that is that you just become like an information dispenser. You don't, no one's actually getting to know you because you're just like rattling through a load of points that you need to get through. What's that, Brian? You've lost me there. Have I missed an important piece of news there, Brian? Hey, Geordie. Welcome, welcome. Alright, 2.5 hours to go. We're not doing bad. We're not doing bad. I mean, what's that? That's almost like an Alicante. If you stream in the US, the government is asking for info on watches in case of security. Surely not. I mean, that's going to have to be a deal they make with the streaming providers, surely. That just seems like one of those laws where, like, if it's even a law, we're actually putting that into practice is just going to be an absolute disaster. Yeah, Unicorn Geordie, unfortunately. Where are we? We are up here. There's us. So we're going to be kind of scooting around up here. And as you can see, we've got absolutely nothing that we're likely to encounter all the way home. I'm hoping that when we get nearer to Gatwick, there might be a little bit more than ground online, but you just don't know. That's the trouble. It's really tricky. Started Vatsim a week ago. Nice. Yeah, it's a big step, isn't it? Oh, Franny, you're way ahead of me. Way, way, way ahead of me. I'm not happy with this draw distance today. Look at it. I don't know why it's doing that. Look at it. You can almost see these squares kind of popping in and popping out. Current airline is me. Oh, so we've been in the air for almost an hour. Call signs X-ray November Oscar 565 today, Geordie. Yeah, I'm just wondering why that draw distance is so bad. That doesn't seem quite right, does it? Yeah, so what I do, Geordie, in my remarks when I file my flight plan, I'll put call sign air not. So call sign / air not. Therefore, if I then contact a new controller and I say air not 565, and then whatever I'm going to say, they'll obviously see that in the remarks and they'll know that it's me. I have had it where it causes a little bit of confusion in the past, though, particularly in Scotland. Although that may be a different issue. So we used to use the call sign X-ray Alpha November. However, that turned out to be logged in a database somewhere as an airline called Southjet Cargo, and we were looking for what it is, and it turned out it was from I don't know if you remember a movie called Snakes on a Plane, but the fictional airline within that movie called Southjet Cargo, that's what X-ray Alpha November is in some like database that Vatsim ATC uses. So I think I would say, you know, air not whatever, and they would see Southjet Cargo and they'd be like, what? Whereas since I've changed to X-ray November Oscar, I've had a lot more luck. So if I was to say air not 565, chances are they'll call back and say air not 565, and then, you know, we're talking the same language. Sometimes you get the odd controller that just doesn't want to do that, and if there's any confusion, I'll just divert to X-ray November Oscar, whatever, you know, and we make do. Also, I guess on Unicom, obviously other pilots have got no way of knowing that X-ray November Oscar is air not, I don't think. So maybe on Unicom I probably shouldn't announce as air not, even though I did today. How did I know what to put for my airline ICAO code? So, if you go onto the Vatsim's website, they link to there's a section called like choosing an ICAO code, and they link to a website where you can punch in a code and it tells you who it's registered to. So, I essentially just kept punching in codes until one came up that wasn't available. And also on the Vatsim forums, I went and asked, I said, look, there's this issue where X-Ray Alpha November is coming up as Southjet cargo. Are there any other resources I can check to make sure that I'm not taking someone else's ICAO code, fictional or otherwise? And they gave me a couple more places to check that they linked me to in the forum. So I've kind of got like 3 or 4 places, and the controller said, it was one of the board of governors from Vatsim that wrote back to me, and they basically said, if you check those 4, all of these places, you're pretty much very good chance you're onto something unique. So that's what we did. But they did say that, you know, there's no reserved ICAO codes in Vatsim. So it's not like I own X-Ray November Oscar. I couldn't prevent anyone connecting as that. As long as the call sign in itself is unique, so like the digits that follow, as long as the whole thing is unique, that's fine. As long as there's no one else connected as X-Ray November Oscar 565, that's kind of where their concern ends, was my understanding. Could I get my airline in the database? I could if I registered as a Vatsim partner, but I don't think we're going to hit the requirements to do that. You can become a Vatsim, I think it's an affiliate or something, where the requirements are much lower. We are, this is my first flight on New Sky today, as they're not. So hopefully, I was speaking to the developer of it last night over email, and he was saying that, because I made the, so you got to do, first of all, to make a virtual airline on New Sky, you have to do just one flight with the New Sky Academy airline, which is like a training airline. So I did that. You have to get a score that's high enough, and we got 10 out of 10, so that was good. Then I could create the airline, which I did. However, the airline shows up as dead. So hopefully now, once we do today's flight in it, that will then bring the airline to life and we can start doing a bit with it. Yeah, what Franny said. Edinburgh's pretty good. Don't do what I did. I did Gatwick to Manchester for my first flight, and I don't know why I did it. I think basically I just sat down, I was like, right, I'm going to do it. And I looked at what was online and it was like, well, Gatwick and Manchester, so I guess I'm going there. But yeah, that's probably not the smartest idea. To be honest. Right, I've done a poll. Let's see what happens. EHAM confuses me. We did a flight there from... In fact, we did EHAM to Gatwick. Luckily, I spawned quite close to the runway that I needed, because I think otherwise I might have got a little bit lost. Another free airplane. The headwind A330 is pretty good if you're looking for something a bit bigger to go a bit further. And also keep in mind that Headwind built the A330 by forking the fly-by-wire A320. So it's got the fly-by-wire as its foundations, really. So it's a good quality aircraft by default. Oh, that's okay, Brian. Hey, Thomas, how's it going? What on earth is happening? Did the weather just reload on us? I think it did, didn't it? Yeah, I think it did. Alright, let's get ourselves descended back down to 340. Yeah, that was a definite reload of the weather there, wasn't it? Yeah, the Headwind A330 is a great plane. Like I say, they started with the foundations of the fly-by-wire A320, so all the systems and that, they are very, very good. Hey, Tatman, no worries. Thanks for watching. Appreciate you. What is up with my draw distance? Oh yeah, Geordie, it would depend though on whether you have the premium deluxe version of the sim. What Jack's saying about the 787 is a good point, but it does require you to have the premium deluxe version of the sim because of course you need the default 787 in the first place to get the add-ons. Isn't IATA, Brian, isn't that what they use for like the flight number itself? So for example, ICAO for Ryanair is RYR, but then if you look at a flight number on your ticket for Ryanair, isn't it like FR something 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 something? Oh, Paul, you're missing out. I would say the PMDG 737 is probably my favourite aircraft in the sim. By quite a long way. So for Airbus or Boeing? So yeah. Oh, I don't know. I love flying the Boeing with the yoke. So if you look at my my setup, I've got an Airbus side stick over here, and I've got the yoke in the middle, and I've got my throttles, the Airbus ones over here. And there's just something about flying with the yoke that's quite hard to beat. And as dumb as it sounds, it would feel really odd to me to fly this airplane with a yoke, because I know that I'm supposed to be using that. So it would bother me flying Airbus with a yoke. A300, fine. It's done it again. Look, the weather's reloaded. You see that? Does the weather keep reloading on us? Yeah, I just find the overall experience of yoke flying to be much more enjoyable. So obviously I'm keen for the 777, very keen to fly the 73 as we have it. MD-11 should be fun, Airbus A300 is fun. Maybe part of me wondered maybe upgrading my stick would change my feelings on it a little bit, because ultimately this Airbus stick, while incredible value, it is still ultimately a cheapish stick. And there are some people out there that say if you have a more heavy feeling stick, it kind of changes it a lot. Hey, you're right, Adam. Yeah, more or less, Geordie. If you can fly one, you can fly the other, as a rule. Just feels heavier. Kind of feels like you're driving a container ship versus a speedboat. I don't know why the weather keeps reloading on us, that's a bit weird. I wonder if that's related to my draw distance issues. Because look, it feels like my draw distance is about there. Which is, I'd much rather it be out there somewhere. You can see that these tiles loading in. Something's up. Oh yeah, Jack, I saw there's an update coming to that. I should probably do a bit more in the ATR, to be completely honest with you, but I don't know. I always find a reason not to. Ooh. Please contact me on 130550. We got some ATC. Look at that. Yeah, there we go. Adria radar. 130550.
Adria radar, good day. Condor 17 Papa, flight level 350.
Condor 17 Papa, Adria radar, hello, identified.
Adria radar, good day. Ryanair 1243, flight level 320, climbing 370, inbound at Tisak.
Ryanair 1243, Adria, good morning, correction, good afternoon, set squawk 5245.
Squawk 5245, Ryanair 1243.
Adria radar, good afternoon, Air Not 565, flight level 340.
Air Not 565, Adria, hello, set squawk 5213.
Squawk 5213, Air Not 565.
Ryanair 1243, identified, clear direct, Maced, climb 370.
Clear direct, Macad, flight level 370, Ryanair 1243, thank you.
Adria radar, very good afternoon, Ryanair 608, flight level 340, inbound in. Ryanair 888, Adria, hello, set squawk 5207. 5207, Ryanair 68.
Can you hear the ATC okay?
Air Not 565, identified, clear direct, Bobby.
Direct to Babbitt, Air Not 565, thanks.
Radar, hello, Lufthansa 1758 with you, transit 350.
Lufthansa 1758, my bad, you're leaving my airspace, shouldn't have center, contact me, you can continue in Unicom.
Continue on Unicom, sorry about that, Lufthansa 1758.
That was a bit loud, wasn't it? Alright, so we've been given a shortcut by the look of it. So we are going... Where are we? Yeah, direct Babbitt, as opposed to sort of looping around to Oklop, Cotus. Not really much of a shortcut, it just avoids a little bit of a curve, I suppose. Oh good, I'm glad we got something. If you're starting a flight but there's no ATC, what do? Tune Unicom on 122.8. Don't worry about squawk. And just announce your intentions as you go. And work with the other pilots, you know. Just be respectful, give people space, don't barge in, don't cut people up. Then your first contact with any ATC, which is what I just had, they will give you a squawk. Which is why I put in 5213 into my squawk. So now that'll stay with me all the way to Gatwick. Yeah, Jack, so...
17 Papa, leaving my airspace, monitor Unicom, bye-bye.
Monitor Unicom, bye-bye, see you.
Where are we? Oh, there I am. Okay, so we're going to have a bit of coverage for a while. Yeah, just leave squawk as it is, leave it alone. Then as soon as you encounter a controller, they'll give you a squawk, because they'll see that you don't have one. Sorry, Jack. What was I saying? Yeah, so I only literally got an account with New Sky like, I don't know, 4 days ago. So you have to do a first flight with them in order to be able to create an airline. So I did a first flight with the New Sky Academy, which then allowed me to create the airline, which I have done.
Asia Radar Slobodan, yeah, 45 at US for IFR, correct to
Yacht 425, dobar dan, Adria Radar, cleared to Beograd, November India, Kilo 4 Tango departure, runway 32, climb initially level 130, squawk 5252.
Belgrade via Nick 4 Tango, runway 32, initial climb 130 and squawk 5252, yes, perfect.
Yacht 425, clearance copy correct.
Yeah, so basically, Jack, today's flight is the first flight with the VA on New Sky. Once I've done that flight, it will then hopefully open up the VA.
Order radar, Scandinavian 463 with you.
Scandinavian 463, Adria Radar, good afternoon, identified level 360.
360, Scandinavian 463.
Yeah, that should be fine, Jack. I'm still doing a lot of setup with the routes and stuff, so it's very, very bare bones, but yeah, got no issue with people joining. That's kind of the point. So whereabouts are we at the moment? I'm a little bit... My geography is failing me. Like, what country are we over? LYBA.
Adria Radar, hello, Condor 144, flight level 370, inbound to Nuku.
Condor 144, Adria Radar, good afternoon, set squawk 5212.
Squawk 5212, Condor 144.
So I think we are currently over Serbia.
Condor 144, identified level 370, re-clear direct to Medux, Mike Echo Delta Uniform X-ray.
Clear direct Medux, Condor 144.
Yeah, so we're being cleared to Babbitt, which is, from what I can gather, that's going to be the end of my ATC coverage with this controller, I think. Yeah, so Babbitt is like literally right there. Then we cross over into Hungary. And then we're just keeping on, keeping on. Then we get into more familiar territory. The Germanys, the Frances, the Belgiums, the UK. Anything back home online yet? Still ground at Gatwick. It's not a lot, is there? God, look at it. Look at it at Luton. Still absolutely heaving at Luton. Oh, I should have flown to Luton today, shouldn't I? Never mind. Hey, well done, Franny. Much ahead of me. I've still got another... When are we arriving? UTC 1340. So that's like 20 to 3, isn't it? UK time. What are we now? 12:15. Crikey. Oh. Honestly, I don't know how long-haul pilots do it. I really don't. They must just get so bored. Right, how far is it to Babbitt? 100 miles. Can a controller give you a direct tour waypoint outside of his area? No. I don't think they can. That would be funny though, wouldn't it? Yeah. Direct to 26 left. Imagine trying to explain that one to London Control. So, well, the controller in Serbia said I could.
Condor 144, confirm your inbound Medux.
We're not inbound Medux, we're inbound Nilku, Condor 144.
Condor 144, re-cleared direct Medux.
We cleared direct Medux, sorry, that was our mistake, Condor 144.
Adria Center, good day, with 4302, flight level 370, scope 0745.
Weezer 4302, Adria Raider, good afternoon, identified, clear direct Nisva.
Weezer 4302, direct Nisva.
Wow, looking at the polls, 70% of you are looking forward to the A380. That surprises me. I thought it'd be more... Hey, there's a plane up there. Also good to know that it appears on here correctly as well. Yeah, I really thought they'd be more interested in the 777. Cheers, Thomas. Have a good one. Seems very, very flat down there, doesn't it? Look at that. Yeah, free versus set. Well, I mean, I guess we don't know whether it's going to be 70 quid or not. I would imagine somewhere around that.
station calling, say again?
Fiat 425.
Fiat 425, start of approved, runway 35, Tigot QNH 1017.
No idea how the controller heard that. Or is it because we're far away, it's making it sound worse, but the controller can hear it properly? Yeah, I feel like I'm going to have to buy the 777 twice. Because I feel like it'd be really dumb for me not to buy whatever comes out first, regardless of whether I want that variant or not, just so that I have it to fly on the channel. Like, it would be a disservice to the channel for me to not buy whatever comes out first. But what I really want is the freighter. Why is my draw distance so bad? Why is it doing that? Terrible. So yeah. 777.
Is there 4302 radio check?
Is it 4302, read 5?
I think 777 and MD-11 probably going to be the where I spend my money. Let's not forget Bluebird with the 75 and the 76. Then PMDG hopefully will come back with their 74 400. And to be honest, I kind of feel like that's flight sim just completed at that point for me.
And 7162 Adria, good afternoon, set squawk 5202.
A second, please.
Ryanair 7162, set squawk 5202.
5202, thank you.
Adria, dobar dan, Air Serbia 668, Charlie 6, information, Bravo, request safety clearance to Kazan.
Serbia 668, Bravo, correct, clears the two destination by T-Sux 3, Lima departure, runway 30 left, climb initially 6,000 feet, squawk 5276.
Clear to destination via T-Sux 3 Lima departure, runway 30 left, climb initially 6,000 feet, squawk 5276, Air Serbia 668.
Air Serbia 668, clearance copy correct.
Another quality readback. Right, let's see how many are viewing on Twitch. I bet like none. Says I've got one viewer on Twitch, and I'm fairly certain that's me on the page that I'm looking at to see how many viewers I've got. Okay, so 50 miles, we're going to be back on Unicom, aren't we?
Yacht 425 is ready to taxi.
Yacht 425, taxi to holding point Bravo, runway 32, report fully ready for departure.
Yeah, we're nearly out of it, aren't we?
Holding point Bravo, welcome to 2, report departure.
Wow, has the weather reloaded on me again? I don't know why it keeps doing that. I keep getting random weather reloads and my draw distance is bad. I switched from Twitch because you were alone. Yeah, Twitch is a weird one. Like, to start at nothing on Twitch is pretty hardcore, really. I think what you got to do, you got to use platforms like Instagram, TikTok, YouTube Shorts, and be like,
Condor 144, are we cleared for the Medox 1 Alpha arrival?
Sorry about that. Condor 144 cleared Medux 1 Delta arrival. If it's too late, I can vector you around.
Condor 144, yes, it's no problem. We don't have the Medox 1 Alpha or Delta arrival in our FMC, so we would request access to the airport.
Yeah, no worries. Condor 144, maintain present heading, descend level 200.
Maintain present heading, descend level 200, Condor 144.
yeah, I think really to grow on Twitch, you've just got to be plugging it everywhere. And ultimately, I don't really feel like I don't know, it'd be fine to grow on Twitch, like, I've no problem with it. It'd be great, in fact. But I kind of feel like YouTube is where it's at for me. But I know some people do like Twitch, so... Hey, Geordie.
Yacht 45, holding point Bravo, runway 32, fully ready.
Yacht 425, backtrack approved, line up await, runway 32.
Backtrack approved, we will line up, wait, runway 32, Yacht 45.
Did you miss anything, Geordie? We got some ATC and we're going direct to Babbitt. I don't know if you were here for that. So basically we sort of from about here. From about here we went to Babbitt direct. So we kind of just cut off a small curve. But nothing loads really. But at Babbitt is where our ATC coverage is going to end with this controller.
Condor 144, flight heading 050.
Flight heading 050, Condor 144.
Then we go back onto Unicom as far as I can tell. Yeah, so here's us. And it's Unicom all the way home. I have London Control online, so that's kind of cool.
Not 565, no further ATC, monitor Unicom, bye bye.
Well, that's Unicom, thanks for the ATC, not 565.
And we are 668, request push and start.
There we go, that's us done. Yeah, so Babbitt's coming up. So they're getting rid of us a little bit early, but there's nothing else around really. Right, there's only one thing for it now that we're on Unicom. I think it's time for another coffee. Yeah, so I guess before I go for my coffee, yeah. So we're probably going to catch, aren't we? London controlled Dover. And that'll bring us in most of the way into Gatwick, I would imagine. Yeah. So providing that they stay online for the next 2 hours, we might get some ATC. Maybe some shortcuts. Curious to see what the landing's going to be like today. Obviously I haven't flown the Airbus in a little while. The IAE Engines, or IAE Engines I should say. Still sort of getting used to them in some respects. What do I think of the best airliners? What, in the sim? In the sim, for me it's Fenix A320, PMDG, 737. Those are like my two staples, if you like. Then underneath that you kind of got the fly-by-wire and the headwind, and probably the Unibuild's A300. And then underneath that I would say you've probably got like the ATR. That would be how I rank the planes in our fleet, put it that way. Yesterday I flew in Dover Control. He sends you to Unicom. Flight level 90. So once you get below flight level 90, you go Unicom. Is that what you're saying? Oh, okay. Does it say anything there? No, it doesn't. Yeah, but quite often, like the controls, the radars are above a certain altitude, so that would add up. That would add up. Right. I'm gonna go grab a coffee. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that, Rob. Bad form, isn't it, to bog off as soon as you arrive? Right, how's things looking down here? So that shortcut saved us a few minutes that the last controller gave us. So we're now looking to get into Gatwick at 25 to 2 UTC time. Which should be 25 to 3. So a little under 2 hours. Which would add up, because if you look at the time left on the flight, it says like 1 hour 40. But that doesn't account for us slowing down. Cool. ATC, still not a lot, is there? Where are we? That's us, isn't it? So over Hungary. So our route is... Where are we? Here's us. We've done about halfway there. Yeah, so Hungary, then into Austria, then we head on into Germany, just catch the bottom of Belgium, northern France, and then over the Channel. I definitely feel like this is kind of my limit, really, in terms of long flights. I mean, this is... What we now have been live for 2.5 hours and we're only halfway there. I don't know how people do long haul on flight sim, unless they just like set it going and then like go to bed. A350 is slower. I thought the A350 would be quicker. Oh, A330. Is it? I gotta admit, I don't actually know. Hey, that pole is slowly changing. The A380 is creeping back down. 59.41 in favour of the A380 currently. In fairness to Rob, Wordle might not be a bad shout. Here we go then. Right, time for Wordle. No shouting out if you know the answer. Let's start with early. That gives us a couple of vowels, doesn't it? Okay. R's in the right place. E is in the wrong place. Terms. Okay, that's helpful. Serum? Is that a word? Yeah, easy. God damn, I'm too good at this. Right, that's Wordle done. That didn't take long. I probably want the 777 more than I do the A380, if I'm being completely honest. Only because the 777 I can use as a freighter. And if we're going to use the 777 as a freighter, let me show you. Right, let me just resize my Sim Toolkit Pro window. A moment. Alright, so this is Sim Toolkit Pro. Let's have a look at... Where'd you go? 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 Real airline ops. So, have a look at Emirates, for example. One of the main A380 operators, and look at the flight times. 15 hours, 7 hours, 7 hours, 6, 6, 4. That's not too bad. That's actually in a 777. So is that one. Okay, maybe we can do some 777 ops out of Dubai that aren't too long. But let's filter A388. Search. 15, 7, 6, 6, 4, 6, 5, 8, 7, 8, 7, 9, 18 hours, 19, 18, 16, 15. There is no way. No way I'm doing those kind of flights. Absolutely no way. Like, this is bad enough, to be quite honest with you. Like, this is quite far enough, thank you very much. So it kind of feels like there aren't many A380 routes I would actually want to fly. And you could argue you're going to have the same problem with the 777. But if we start looking at DHL and the freight operators that use it, where is it? All of a sudden we have flight times that are much more reasonable. So if we crank it down to, say, within 3 hours, what do we get? Yeah, look, we've got some nice little routes there. Across America, various different hubs. That looks pretty good. I would do those flights in a 777, and those are actual routes that a 777 would do. Whereas it would feel a little bit weird to take an A380 from Gatwick to Edinburgh. Do you know what I mean? Now, I don't really obsess over... I know some people do. But I know some people get really upset, like if you fly an A320 Neo on a route that is flown by the A320 CO, and people get really upset by it. At that point, I'm just like, guys, you need to relax. Like, it's a sim. What about FedEx? So again, 777. What have we got within like 3 hours? We got anything with FedEx? Yeah, look at that. Look, we've got loads. Got some routes across America. We've got some European stuff. Got a load of stuff around China and Japan. Loads of little routes. Because I guess cargo doesn't really... What other cargo operators are there? We've done DHL, we've done FedEx, UPS. They don't even have a 777. They do have an MD-11 though. Nice. MD-11 routes within 3 hours. Yeah, look at that. Loads. Loads of MD-11 routes, especially in America. What other ones are there? Lufthansa cargo. What do we got inside of 4 hours? Not a lot. There we go. Got some here, look. So these are genuine routes that aren't too long, that 777s actually fly. Whereas, if we just go and look at Lufthansa, they have A380s, don't they? Yeah, A388. British Airways. A388, 7, 12, 8, 9, 10, 7, 10, 13. So yeah, I would feel a lot better about flying a 777 shorter routes than I would an A380. Because I don't know what my options are with an A380, just like Dubai to Heathrow. Constantly. That's going to take forever. And I frankly don't have time for that. The only way I could make that work is if I did it in the form of a video. I mean, there's no way I'm doing a live stream of 10 hours or whatever. I could do a video, do the departure on Vatsim, set it going, disconnect from Vatsim, and then maybe once I've got my squawk, and then reconnect when I get nearer to my destination. But there's just no way. I can't sit here doing long haul. I'd get bored to tears. What do I think about JDJ Airlines? Never heard of it. Oh, wait. You're talking about an airline for you, aren't you? Your initials. Yeah, that's awesome. You should do that. Well done, Tony. Yeah, it's a tricky animal, isn't it, the Phoenix? Best thing I ever did was getting FSI panel. It's really helpful, that. Yeah, it's too long. It really is. And I was thinking about it, like, you look at a couple of YouTubers, you got 737 driver that is now A330 driver. You've got A320 sim pilot, or 320 sim pilot rather. Both of them have moved from A320, 737 to Dreamliner and A330. Which I guess in terms of their careers must be seen as like a promotion, as in like, that's like the obvious next step maybe? Don't know. But to me personally, I don't know. I would hate to give up flying around Europe to be sat over the Atlantic for 6 hours. Maybe I've got it all wrong, maybe I'm misunderstanding the situation, but to me, flying into all these fabulous destinations around Europe in speedy, nippy, agile little A320s, not A330s, 737s. That's where all the fun is, to me anyway. That's alright, Tony, I got you, don't worry. What's FSI panel? So what it does, once you start moving into things like the Fenix A320, the 737 from PMDG, like the more study level aircraft, it's quite hard to just set up a quick landing with them. You know, if you go onto like the world map in the sim, click on your airport, click on arrival, because they're so complex, it's like they can't, it's actually quite a lot of work to get them set up properly for a landing. Obviously we're doing a full flight today, so we're going to be going through it step by step by step by step, and by the time we get to the runway, we will have the plane configured properly. So what FSI panel does is it allows you to just pick an airport, pick a runway. You can do like you can fly base, you can do a turn in, or you can do a short or a long final, and it configures the plane, so it pops the plane out, say on an 8-mile final, and then you can literally hear the switches being flipped inside the plane and all the buttons being pressed, as if, you know, the stuff that you would have to do yourself to get the plane configured, but it does it for you. Then when it's all done, it says, right, hold the brakes for 3 seconds, and then you fly the approach. So that is all to say, if you want to practice an A320 landing in the Phoenix and be able to quickly do several, one after another, after another, after another, FSI panel lets you do that. Because that's what I struggled with at the start, because coming from the fly-by-wire, the Phoenix felt very different, and I struggled a lot. But the trouble is, after like a 2-hour flight, you then do the landing and kind of mess it up, and you feel bad having just wasted 2 hours beforehand. But actually, you're not getting an awful lot of time to practice, because there's like all this time prior before you actually get a chance to practice the thing you want to practice. Whereas FSI panel, you can just sit there and just, you know, just keep boshing out the landings. Do I want to be a real pilot? I don't know. I don't know if I would or if I wouldn't. I think I would rather do like EU ops, I really do. Even if it meant more flights, because it's like there's less idle time. I'd much rather prefer to be kept busy than clock watching, which I think is what you end up doing on a long haul. I can feel myself doing it now. This is only 4 hours. A nice little 1 hour 20 kind of route. You know, Gatwick over to Brussels. Maybe some German airports. Does the save state in PMDG do this? I don't believe so. Never tried it, Bagua. But it'll kind of put in the ILS for you and all that stuff. Like it's very good, FSI panel. And then it gives you a landing report at the end, because it's developed by an ex-pilot. So it's quite a good training tool. English only for me, Geordie. I'm ashamed to say. Sorry, Geordie. I was being rather rude and looking at my emails. What do I learn at school? Well, I haven't been in school for years now, but we did French. Although I only did it for like 3 years. Because as you go into the last 2 years of school here in the UK, or at the time, we got to choose what's called your options, where you get to choose what subjects you take in addition to like your core subjects. And it was a question of, do I do business studies or do I do French? And one had to go, so I decided I wanted to do business studies more. Alright. Where's my map? Let's see where we are. Almost at Germany. Getting there now. I just installed FSI panel. Awesome. Yeah, it's cool. I like it a lot. Sometimes, like, if I'm not streaming and, you know, but I've got like a spare half an hour, I'll just sit there and just practice, you know. Where is Munich? There's Innsbruck. So Munich must be... I've been really blind. Where's Munich? Yeah, Innsbruck. Because don't you have to basically... At Munich, you basically kind of turn and then go through the mountain. Munich, there it is. Yeah. So we're not too far from Munich, really. Oh man, I'm starting to feel the boredom setting. This is too long a flight for me, it really is. Not my cup of tea, long haul. This isn't even long haul, but it's long enough, you know? Quite far enough, thank you very much. Geordie, we done Wordle. Wordle's been and gone now, mate. And maybe if we broke the flight up a little bit, maybe if we did like Rhodes to, I don't know, somewhere in Italy, then, yeah, like a multi-leg, kind of working our way back home. We're just sitting in cruise for 3 hours, ain't it? Do I think the 777 will be released before Cross the Pond? When's Cross the Pond? That's coming up, isn't it? '26th of, yeah, don't know. Maybe. I mean, I can see why PMDG might want to hit that as a date, but at the same time, you don't want to have it not ready. And then you have a load of people on Vatsim live streaming it, all going across the Atlantic having issues. So while it's a lovely idea, it could also be a terrible idea. 500 miles to go. Oh, taking so long. Yeah, we got a minute yet, haven't we? Right, is that us there? No. There we are, that's us. We've actually come quite a long way. Yeah, it's got to be 2/3 nearly, isn't it? What's the weather doing in Gatwick? 2:20 and 12. Nice. It's my kind of weather. My kind of weather. Should maybe brief the arrival a little bit. That'd give us something to do, wouldn't it? Alright, let's have a look at the chart. So, Kunav. Then we go to Amdut. Flight level 160. KKE 64. Speed restriction of 250 knots. And Timber. Timber, we need to be at 7,000. Ooh, which it is not. It's got us at 220 and flight level 065. How's it work that out then? Altitude constraint above 4. That's not right, is it? That's not right. Let's insert that. That's better. Timber 237. Yeah, that's better. Too steep a path into May. Well, that is kind of what it wanted, though. But then it says here at 4,000. Well, I don't know what to believe now. Descent planning. Pilots should plan for possible descent clearance as follows. Actual descent clearance will be as directed by ATC. I guess we can hold at timber if necessary. But then it's got minimum hold altitude, flight level 070. And it wants us to go from 7,000 at timber. But this says minimum hold altitude 4,000 here, so... I don't know. Are there any notes? So we've got to lose 3,000 feet in 7 miles. Yeah, we're not going to be able to do that, are we? It's going to be really, really close. Well, hopefully we get some ATC and they'll do it all for us. Maybe we should put in above 4. Make it happier. Yeah. We'll go with that. Oh, no, KW, that sucks. That really does suck. Hey, Flight Simmer. Am I still on the 5800X3D 4080 Super? Yes. Yes, I am. More ATC on the way, let's have a look. Probably not, to be honest. So actually there's less ATC than there was earlier. We've only got ground at Gatwick. Oh, God. Where are we? More importantly. That's not us, is it? Neither is that. We're going to be down here somewhere. That's got to be us, yeah. There we are. Yeah, it's not looking hopeful, is it? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Flight Sim, it solved my problem. That's kind of how I look at any hardware purchase. Does it... First of all, if you're going to buy hardware, you should probably have a problem that you're trying to solve. Otherwise, you're just buying hardware for the sake of it, and that's how you end up burning through cash. My problem was that I wanted to stream in 4K. Not stream, I wanted to play in 4K. And my 3070 couldn't do it. The other issue was my CPU. My 5600X, it was always CPU limited. Even when I briefly owned a 4070, it made no difference at all because I was always CPU limited. So that's kind of why I needed the 5800X 3D and the 4080 Super. Buying one or the other wouldn't have solved my problem. But yeah, they're great. It's a powerful combination. Very powerful combination. You could argue a 7800X 3D would have been better. Well, it definitely would have been better. There's no question about that. However, I already owned a 5600X, therefore I could keep my motherboard and my RAM and just slot in the chip with a BIOS update on my motherboard and I was good to go. So, I think I paid $280 for the chip. Whereas, had I gone the other way with the 7800X 3D, I'd have needed the motherboard, the RAM, and the more expensive 7800X 3D. So it would have turned £280 probably into about $650. And then put the 4080 Super on top of that. That's a lot more money. That's why I decided to make do with the 5800X 3D. What GPU do you currently have, Flight Simmer? I don't know if you've already done it. If you enable developer mode in the options, you can go debug, display FPS. Now, I've locked mine to 30, so don't be put off by the fact you're only seeing 30 FPS. When I'm streaming, I lock it to 30 so that my GPU's got plenty of resources to do the encoding to Twitch and YouTube. But this little bit here, that limited by main thread, that's what you want to be paying attention to. Or if your GPU's limiting you, it will tell you limited by GPU. Then you know which component is the limiting factor. It's a handy thing to look at. Don't know. I would find out what it is. There might be a slight delay in the stream because it gives better video quality. and I forgot to turn it off because I don't actually like the delay. It's usually about 20-second delay. Either that or you're not watching live. Make sure you're watching live, because I know some people sometimes aren't. Some people like answer a question that I asked like half an hour ago in the chat, so it's like, okay, you're not watching live, are you? Will upgrading to 32 gigs of RAM stop crash to desktops? Not necessarily, no. Crash to desktops can be caused by anything. Simply throwing more RAM at it won't necessarily stop that at all. Still no ATC. Right, where am I? I'm going to be down here somewhere, aren't I? Is that me? Yeah, there's me. Still only ground online at Gatwick. It really does make me feel like I'm just flying at the wrong time of day doing this. You have an RX 570. Yeah, okay, so that's probably going to struggle a little bit. Depends what res you're running at, though. If you're in 1080p, you might be okay. You think so, Geordie? Don't know, it's hard to say, isn't it? I mean, you compare and contrast to like the evening time and it's like totally different. Totally different. Are you intending to stay at 1080p Flight Simmer? I'm not overly familiar with the 4060, to be honest. I had a 4070 briefly at one point, and that was round about like 3080 level performance. Hey Wolfie. And the thing to do, Flight Simmer, is enable dev mode and see what component is your limiting factor. If it's constantly your CPU, then try upgrading your CPU first. Then if your GPU still doesn't get you to where you want to be, go for the GPU upgrade afterwards. Isn't there quite a big difference between the TI and the 60? Right. I'm going to take this opportunity to run in and use the facilities before we start our descent and landing and all that good stuff. I'll see you in a mo. Alright, I'm back. You alright, Simon? Just praying for a bit of ATC as we come into Gatwick, Simon. So here's us. why is it not showing us the planes? So what are we, about 160 odd miles from top of descent? Let's look at those charts a moment. No, that's fine. Cool. Yeah, not bad, Simon. I'm just very, very reminded that I don't like longer flights. I get so bored. I feel like we've just been in cruise for like, what, 3 hours? It's not a lot of fun. Limited ATC. We had a little bit of ATC. Is it Adria? So we got a little bit of a shortcut. It just feels like this time of day Vatsim can be a bit crickets, can't it? Yeah, still just ground on at Gatwick. It's quite busy in their mind. Look at that. What's that, 10? 11 if you count that one. Runway in use is 26 left, which is good. But yeah, I mean, look at Luton. Luton is jam-packed. It has been all morning. Like that poor tower controller's been on there for like over 3 hours. It's just probably crazy. No, Wolfie, I haven't. When flying on Vatsim, do you need Navigraph charts? I mean, sort of. Yeah. You can use ChartFox, but they might be out of date. So. Yeah. You can make do with ChartFox. But it's not as complete and it's not always as up to date. Of course, the other thing with Navigraph is that it actually interfaces with PMDGs and, you know, the Fenix, so that the navigation data ends up in here as well, in your MCDU. So your charts, your data in the plane, all singing off the same sheet. And obviously that's what the controllers are going to be using as well. Yeah, Simon, I bought it last night, so I'm probably going to do a flight in and out of there. Yeah, it's quite funny, isn't it, when new scenery comes out and the controllers must be like, right, okay, we need to double our presence at this place. New F1. Oh, you're talking about the Indie Builds April Fool's joke thing. Yeah, Luton's usually fairly quiet, isn't it? I'd be interested to see how if it maintains. Because it might breathe a bit of life into it. But then, that being said, Stansted had the same thing, didn't it? And there's ground on at Stansted at the moment. Ground on at Gatwick. Yeah. I might do Edinburgh down to Luton later. Make a video out of it or something. Yeah, it's fairly busy down on the ground there at Gatwick, isn't it? Yeah, I think 2 hours is probably my limit. I mean, ideally something like an hour to an hour and a half, and then maybe fly back, because then there's like less idle time. There's a lot more going on. I'm sure it's better for the channel as well. Like, surely it's a much more enjoyable live stream to have like short legs, where there's lots of stuff going on, stuff to do, stuff to be involved in, as opposed to 3 hours of this. I don't know, or 4 hours nearly. I don't know. Though weirdly, I did a poll the other day on the channel. I was just looking back at the results actually a moment ago. So yeah, here's what I said. I said, howdy folks, I've been looking into analytics and data over the last little while, trying to figure out where I should be putting my efforts. It's an ambition to scale back the day job to do more for the channel in the future, so I should be paying more attention to this stuff. I'm curious, what's your favourite type of flight sim content? And I honestly thought it was going to be a landslide for live streams. I really did. I thought like loads of people would be like live stream, live stream, live stream. It was not. It was honestly, it was like a wake-up call, that poll. So 53% of people said they want full flight highlight videos. So in the style of a stream where it's kind of me talking to you all, and flying the plane, but like we're just not going to do a 3-hour cruise or whatever. It'll be cut down, only the good bits. Or the interesting bits, I should say. 37% wanted guides and how-tos. So that's fair enough. So we're already up to 90% of the audience want just those two things. I also put as an option news, because I thought, you see a lot of flight simmers that do YouTube and stuff. They do a lot of like news episodes, like upcoming planes and releases and this and that. So I thought quite a lot of people would like that too. And 1% wanted that. And 7% wanted live streams, and 2% wanted something else. And I said leave a comment if you want something else and tell me what that is. So in a weird way, doing what I'm doing now is like the thing my audience wants the least. Which is really weird. Because like in my Discord and in here, it's like the conversation is always kind of like, when are you next streaming? Where are we going? What's it going to be? When are you going to do it? Stream, stream, stream. Go, go, go. And yet that isn't what the audience wants, apparently. Which I find very surprising. And it would make sense because the last month or so, I haven't done an awful lot of streams. But by every objective measure on the channel, all the data is up. Because I've been doing more video content. So, it's a bit of an awkward one, really. I guess maybe those that like the live streams are going to be a much more keener audience. I don't know. I think if I was to listen to the people that want me to stream all day long, that would not be good. Just need to be mindful that, because I do feel a pressure, like it almost feels like every other day in my Discord someone's asking like, when are you streaming next? Then I feel like, oh, I should be streaming more. But maybe it's like a vocal minority kind of thing. I think like a blend is where we need... Yeah, there you go, Simon. You just nailed it on the head, I think. Hit the nail on the head. I'm not saying I'm never going to stream again. I'm not saying I'm only going to stream. I'm not saying I'm only going to make videos. I'm not saying I'm never going to make videos. It's just like you've got to have a nice blend of everything. But sometimes videos fall flat on their face, so... yeah. Nothing's guaranteed. But I think for my whole content strategy, just to basically fly and fly and fly and fly live on stream constantly, not so great. Now, if I had zero ambition for this to be anything more than just a hobby, and streaming is just, you know, just press go live and whatever happens, happens. Yeah, fine, whatever. But I'm definitely trying to make a concerted effort to sort of push this a little bit, kind of see where it could go. Maybe I could scale, you know, start to scale the day job back a little bit. Not get rid of it completely, but just, you know, maybe take a day off of it. A week, maybe. I don't know. I mean, people fly along as it is, Simon, to be honest. It's just, not to sound like a hard-nosed businessman or a mercenary about it, it's like if I do a stream, even a fairly good stream might make £1 or so. Sometimes even less, like 80 pence or 60 pence. Whereas if you make a video that starts getting views, like good views, you could be talking hundreds of pounds. I mean, in a way, the VA could be a good way for people to entertain themselves in my absence. Is another way to look at it, if I can't stream all day long. Or I can only stream maybe once or maybe twice a week. Don't know. I don't know. In a weird way though, Simon, fly-alongs actually could stand to potentially hurt the stream. I don't know. Because those that start to fly along would then just maybe not watch the stream, they'll just fly. I don't know, it's complicated. I think the main issue above all is that when a stream is over, it has basically no value to the channel at all. Because honestly, who's going to want to start this video from the beginning? It's probably going to be 4.5 hours, maybe 5 hours by the time all is said and done and we're landed. Who's going to really want to sit and watch that? It's not very appealing, is it? To rewatch a 4-hour live stream that's no longer live. However, a full flight such as this, that's been chopped up and edited and made somewhat entertaining, that's then got legs and it can be kind of evergreen content for the channel. No, I haven't yet. So, I mean, I did watch the video, though, last night from Indie Builds. I sat and watched it, where they sort of go through like all the technical stuff they've done on it. They've put a lot of work into it, haven't they? Okay, so how far are we from top of descent? How about you, Simon? Have you flown it? Alright, here we go. 13, 128, 20, 148, 51, 61... It's about 170 miles, aren't we? Top of descent. Well, Geordie, we have been flying at this time, on this day, with the exception of the last month or two, fairly reliably. I think sort of now I understand how kind of YouTube works with like the monetization and stuff like that. Unless you're kind of like, you know, a big streamer. And I mean big. I'm talking like, I don't know, like Dr. Disrespect. Like he plays a lot of like Call of Duty or whatever. Like he will stream to 16, 17, 18, 25, 30,000 people at a time. Then I can see how the numbers start to make sense, but even some of the bigger creators in this space, when they stream, maybe they get 100 viewers, 150 viewers. Even if you run the numbers on, you know, like the maths on that, still doesn't add up to much. On the other hand, you look at creators like Air Force Proud that just make videos of full flights and just he pulls in the views. What about on Twitch? I'm on Twitch at the moment, but it's absolute crickets because we've just started on Twitch, really. So it's going to be a long time before we get anywhere with that. Not to mention Twitch will take 50% of your revenue and YouTube only take 30%. So there is that to consider as well. But yeah, just constantly streaming cannot be a content strategy at all. It just can't. It depends why you're doing it. Like, if you're just doing it for a laugh, then obviously, yeah, do what you want. Like, stream, don't stream, whatever. Whereas if you're trying to actively grow something and build something, it's got to be a mix. In an ideal world, it'd be nice to be able to chop up a stream after it's done and make an edited video of it, but it's kind of hard. I find it hard to do that. Because it makes the video weird, because most of the time, I'm talking to you guys. So if we're like watching a video of me doing this flight as like a replay, highlights, edited down kind of version video, and then in the video I'm talking to you, Geordie, or Wolfie, or whatever, it just makes the video seem a bit weird. Whereas if I'm just sitting down to record a flight video, I approach it differently. I don't know, maybe that's like a skill thing for me to get better at. It could be. It could well be. But yeah, I enjoy the streaming a lot. Albeit not so much today when we're cruising for like 4 hours, but like, you know, just otherwise I do enjoy it a lot. Shorter hops, I love a good stream. But I think it needs to be the cherry on the cake rather than the cake. How hard is streaming for my PC? So I did have some encoder issues on OBS because I had my sim running at an uncapped frame rate. So it was just trying to chase all the frames it could. And I think that overwhelmed the GPU such that there wasn't enough for the encoding to happen. So I've had to limit the frames to 30 FPS. I think it's because I'm multi-streaming. I'm doing streaming to Twitch, streaming to YouTube, and I've also got a vertical canvas as well that's being rendered. So I can make my YouTube shorts out of that. So really, I mean, probably a dedicated streaming recording PC wouldn't be the worst idea in time. Can't you stream how to record the vid and then talk to the stream in the descent? Not sure I fully get what you're saying, Geordie. Yeah, Simon, talking about that A300, I should probably take that onto Vatsim. I haven't flown it on Vatsim yet. I kind of feel afraid to. I don't know why. I don't feel like I'm completely good at it yet. I mean, I can get it to do most things, I suppose. Yeah, I could do that, Geordie, but then it would be weird for the people watching the stream. Like, if you were sort of asking me questions in chat and lots of other people and I just ignored them, I think that would be a rubbish stream. I don't want to sacrifice one for the other. George in Twitch chat has just said, I'm not sure what it is about Vatsim, but I'm absolutely terrified to go on the comms. Yeah, you're not the only one. You're not the only one. I had, on my YouTube channel, I put my first Vatsim flight as a video up. And I had actual captains, like real airline pilots. One of them said I'm like EasyJet crew at Gatwick. He isn't like, even I'm afraid to go on Vatsim comms sometimes. It's like a totally different pressure. That right there, actually, Geordie, is a prime example, that Vatsim flight. I recorded it, I edited it, I put it up, and it's one of my best performing videos. Had I streamed it, I think it would have just not even been a blip on the radar. But yeah, streams are a good get together for like for the community, for sure. I'm just not convinced I could stream all day, every day. Maybe at a certain point the numbers would change, I don't know. Like you hit a critical mass with it, maybe. Where did I learn my radio calls for that flight? So I forget where it was. I typed into Google like Vatsim cheat sheet. And there's like this little document that I found where it's like, you say this, then the ATC say this, then you respond with this, and then they should respond with that, and you can kind of go through a little flow. But the most helpful thing I did was, before I did any of that, I would connect to Vatsim in observer mode. Because then you can see everyone else, and you can tune into the frequencies and listen to them, but they can't see you, and they can't hear you. It's like you're not there. So I would basically park up next to somebody, pretend I was them, and follow them. So whenever ATC would call them, I would think in my head, what would I respond with? And then see if that person responds the same way. And then you sort of know if you get it right, presuming that you're following somebody that knows what they're doing. There was one occasion where somebody I was following turned left on a taxiway, and I was like, well, I wouldn't have done that. So I thought, oh, I better turn left because they must know what they're doing. And actually the ATC said, oh, you've gone the wrong way, turn right to get back on the way you were going. So don't doubt yourself too much. And actually that kind of made me feel like, actually, maybe I am ready. But just doing like 2, 3, 4, 5 of them, I think that's a pretty good way to get you ready for it. Yeah, what observer mode really is for shared cockpits. So imagine if like 2 of you wanted to fly together in the same aircraft, one of you would connect in observer mode so that you weren't appearing twice for the controllers. Speaking of ATC, do we have any? Let's just refresh. So there's us. There's not a lot, is there? I mean, Luton is still absolutely rammed. Yeah, I think I was very much the same, Simon. There comes a point where you just need to do things and just stop thinking it too much. That's definitely the case for me. And I think within about 10 or 20 minutes on the ground at Gatwick, you actually realise that the controllers are there to help. They're actually quite nice people, very friendly. If you've got a question, just ask politely and confidently, and you'll get an answer. Like, they're just people at the end of the day. And if you don't know, just say you don't know. When I think about it, that was my mistake in going into Dublin that night. There was a bit of doubt in me, but I thought, oh no, I'll just do it because it's probably going to be okay and I don't want to cause a fuss on the frequency. And it was at that moment that I messed everything up. George, I don't really know how many flights on Vatsim I've done now. I've probably done quite a few, but so many of them have been like this, just on Unicom, so they don't really feel like Vatsim flights. Does that make sense? It's like, I kind of feel like a proper Vatsim flight is where you've got like tower and ground and you know, control or center or whatever, you know. But yeah, we've got the Luton scenery. I bought it last night, so expect some content on that rather soon. I think really this is the wrong time of day for it as well. Like if you've gone to map.vatsim.net now and then do it again at 7 PM tonight, it's a world of difference. An absolute world apart. Well, let's put in our destination data, because we're getting close now. Or closer. At long last. 26 left. Dry. Apply meta. .240 and 10 is the wind. Oh, I clicked the wrong button. 240 and 10. Temperature is 10 degrees. 1003. Let's have a quick look at the ILS chart. Okay, decision height altitude refer to 21-2A. Okay. Wrong one. 21-2A. Decision height 396. So 396 feet will get the minimums call out, at which point we decide whether we're going to commit to the landing or actually do it. Hey, Mooka boy. This is runway 26 left, that's right. Transition is 6,000, that's also right. Missed approach, 3,000 climb straight ahead until passing 2,000 or D1 IWW. Left turn heading 178 then as directed. Cool. Okay, so Gatwick ground is currently tuned to 121. 805. Take it you're much more comfortable on Vatsim now. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. I mean, there are still airports. If I had to like fly into like Frankfurt or Munich right now and I didn't know the airport that well, I wouldn't be feeling too great about it. I feel like I'm okay once I'm up in the air. I can follow, you know, direct to waypoints. I can hold. I can be vectored. I can do all that stuff. It's generally when it's time to taxi. That's the hard part I find. I mean, Gatwick, I kind of feel like I know it reasonably well at this point. I mean, never say never. I'm sure I can still mess it up, but... Oh, blimey, Wasp. So we were hoping for a little bit of ATC Wasp, but we haven't really had any, to be honest. Like, we're here. And all we've got is ground online. We did have London control earlier. Dover control, I think. At the moment, there's not much. How am I finding the Toby eye tracker? The eye tracker is great. I love using it on the ground. I can't comment about Track IR because I've never used it. Only ever used the Toby eye tracker. Nice bit of kit though. Do like it a lot. Hey, you can tell we're getting there now. Just about to go over the channel. Well, we had a little bit of ATC over, is it Adria? Adria radar? Or Adria? Not sure how you're supposed to say it. We got given a little shortcut, but like nothing too much. But yeah, it's mostly been Unicom the whole way, which is a bit sad. Right, that's the last we're going to see of France, I think. Oh, cheers, George. Yeah, a lot of work went into that. It helps. I used to be a web developer, so I can kind of make my own and have it look fairly decent. Okay, top of descent is rapidly approaching. I mean, I might as well just put 2,000 in, mightn't I? Like... Given that it's just us. Where do you get the wind? I always forget where to get the wind on this one. There we go. Wind request. Oh, I feel like I'm getting all coldy. Barrow link in settings. Where? Oh, is it in here? On EFB. So you go settings, then what? I don't get it. Oh, looking for sim settings, tap here. Should have started my descent rather than looking in here, shouldn't I? Where do I go? Where am I looking? Barrow link, that's what we were trying to do, wasn't it? Okay. FLS, Takeoff, LDAV. Boom, 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 boom. None of those. EFIS barrow control, would that be it? Linked. Yeah, so the barrow link, what it does, George, these these operate independently, so captain side, first officer side. But by flicking that switch, what I do to one changes the other, which saves me getting warnings and stuff, which is always good. Oh yeah, of course, I suppose it will change this one in here as well, won't it? Good times. Okay, so we need to be at flight level 160. Let's put our constraints on, actually. There we go. Now you can tell we're home. Look at all the clouds. Record the flight data for the landing, shouldn't I? Yeah, that makes sense, Wasp. Alright, so we're going to start to slow down now, right, as well? Because we've got a 250 knot restriction. More drag. Yeah, I thought so. Hopefully that speed can start to come back a little bit now. See, this is much more fun, isn't it, than just sitting in a cruise. I think short flights are the way to go. But I wanted to do this one because obviously it's a flight I'm going to do for real in a few days, so... We may have to hold at timber at this rate. That's looking more like it. Much more controlled. Go. Plane's starting to descend again, that's good. saying we're still on profile. Do we still need the speed brake out? I kind of feel like when I'm going to put it away, we're going to start creeping up again. Yeah. Alright, 10,000 feet. Passengers back in their seats. Probably should have done that before descent, thinking about it. Sure that'll be a fine on New Sky. Yay, 220 knots now. I don't believe it. Gatwick ground has gone offline. Oh, God. Ah. I hate everything. Absolutely nothing. Oh, man. Oh, well, let's just have a nice flight, shall we?
Gatwick traffic UC24 Golf Echo, taxiing to holding tonne Alpha, runway 26 left, flight Kilo, Papa and Alpha November.
Yeah, we still need that speed brake, don't we? What about first stage of flaps? Would that help us? Gatwick traffic air not 565 en route to May on the Kuna 1 Golf arrival. There we go, they know I'm coming. Oh, it's actually 1005 now. Fair enough. Yeah, there's quite a few on the ground. I think our plan will be to do obviously Juliet. Once we come off, where are we? Yeah, Juliet, Papa. Maybe to us, I may just park here, depending on how busy it's looking. Okay, speed down a bit. Let's go down to 180, I think.
Easy 4141, taxi into holding point Alpha 2 via Sierra Juliet Papa Alpha Sierra.
Let's get a bit more drag on the go because we're off profile now, which is not great.
Gatwick traffic, easy 24 Golf Echo, lining up runway 26 left, Gatwick traffic.
Beautiful. Right, let's look up top here. I think we're all good. Do auto brake medium.
Gatwick traffic, EC 24 Golf Echo, taking off runway 26 left, Gatwick traffic.
Okay, that's fine because we're going to be a little minute yet. Okay, let's do flaps 3. Gatwick traffic, air knot 565, established on the ILS 26 left, 10 miles to run. Gatwick traffic. Well, we're not fully established, but it's near enough.
Gatwick traffic, EC 24 Golf Echo, we are currently taking off runway 26 left, Gatwick traffic.
Okay, let's arm our get approach mode on. Flaps full. Into manage speed. Signs on. I thought I had signs on. What signs should be on? Yeah, let's get gear down.
Easy 441 lining up behind the incomings.
Alright, gear down. Auto brake medium. Spoilers armed, flaps full. Go around altitude set. Gatwick traffic, Air 565 on a 5 mile final, 26 left, Gatwick traffic. Oh, dearie me. Right, pressure's on now. Okay, my plane. Okay, we're a touch low. That always seems to be the case for me.
Beacon Hill traffic, Golf Mike Delta Sierra Charlie departing runway 21, Brooks departure departure. Beacon traffic.
Okay, 4 hours in the air. Let's not mess it up now.
Gatwick traffic, easy 24 Golf Echo, currently climbing 6,000 feet, inbound to Kilo Sierra 21.
Continue. Oh, stutter. Thank you, Sim.
X-ray November Oscar 5.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 5.
Oh. My sim felt a bit stuttery there. Okay, let's exit down here. My sim does feel very stuttery. Okay. Air 565 vacated, 26 left, Gatwick traffic. Alrighty, let's
Easy 4-1 lining up runway.
Air 565 crossing 26 right for Juliet. Okay, let's just get over to Juliet, and then we'll
Easy 86.
So I've adjusted the sensitivity on my rudder pedals, and I think... God, why is it so stuttery? I don't remember it being this bad last time I was here. What's the FPS doing? Oof! Limited by main thread. Brilliant. Love to see it. Okay. Let's make a plan, shall we? So we are down here. Let's go to stand should we go? Where's everyone at?
Easy form.
Let's go for stand 27 via Juliet. Gatwick traffic Air 0565 taxiing to stand 27 via Juliet. Yeah, I got to be honest, that didn't feel the greatest. It felt like a stuttery mess as we were coming in there. Where's that EasyJet going? Even now it doesn't feel great. I wonder if it's because of... what's going on over there? Look, half the terminal's missing. Oh no, it's not. We still can't get past 20 FPS, can we? I don't know where that EasyJet came from. Man. But I'm having a hard time with these rudder pedals. Yeah, this is very bad. It's never normally this bad. Okay, let's clean up the plane. Okay, so we're going to go Juliet and then go for stand 27. I don't know why it's running so badly today. It's never normally like this. No, we're CPU limited, Felix, not GPU limited. This is awful. This really is bad.
Easy form 4.
I've got to get my rudder pedals dialed in. It feels like I'm just constantly fighting them, like going swinging backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards, you know what I mean? Okay. Gatwick traffic Air 0565 crossing Papa for stand 27 via Juliet. Yeah, this is very bad. Maybe I should upgrade to the Origami Studios version of Gatwick. Maybe that's the answer. I'm using the Logitech pedals, Tony. I feel like I've never been quite happy with the sensitivity both on the Fenix and the PMDG. God, it's so bad. Alright, parking brakes on. APU is available, frame rate is in the toilet, but that's okay. Let's do engines off, shall we?
The boarding requested.
There we go. Yeah, that power down's pretty special, isn't it? Absolutely awful. Let's see if the FPS has recovered yet. 22? Seriously? Why? Why? Just why? Right, once the cargo doors open.
Passengers deboarding started.
Doors. So how many have we got on the ground at the moment? How many's on the ground? 1, 2, well, that's me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, surely it wouldn't be FSLTL doing all of that, right? Surely not. Weird. Yeah, I don't know then. I don't know. Still, that was long, but quite an enjoyable flight. It's a shame. I feel like ATC just worked against us the whole way, really. It's a bit of a shame. Never mind, that's what you get for Vatsim in the daytime, I guess. But I'm glad we did it. That's a route that I'm going to be flying in real life in the next few days anyway, so it's nice to have done it. It's something I wanted to do, and I kind of feel like I owed you guys a lengthy stream. I'm well aware that my streaming schedule has not been the greatest for the last little while. Although, like we were saying on the way over, running that poll on the channel was just quite enlightening, really. 7% of people out of the nearly 300 that answered, only 7% wanted live streams, which I was really surprised at. Really, really surprised at. Oh, what's that? Wasp, you want to see New Sky? Oh. Oh. What's it going to say? Let's have a look. Hey, we got a 10. So... what am I looking at here? So it cost us $1,600 to do that flight. Oh, goody. Well, that's not good, is it? So I've had a few comments about my livery guide. People saying that the paint kit that I used has been upgraded, therefore it's no longer relevant. But I kind of think they're missing the point, because the point was you can do that technique with any livery in Blender. So while it while it might look a bit different, I don't know. I'd have to look at it properly, but I kind of said in that tutorial. I kind of said in that tutorial. The whole point of the tutorial was not to show you how to do exactly this. It's to show you how to do what I'm showing you in any aircraft, in any paint kit. So, I don't know. Yeah, I think the lack of passengers was the problem today, wasn't it? Because New Sky only gave us 75. So had we had more people on board, I think we would have made a bit more money. Yeah. But I mean, New Sky only gave us 75 wasps, so I don't know what I could have done to have increased that number. It just is what it is, I suppose, is it? Those little blips there would be where the wind reloaded on us. Landing analysis. Not too shabby, I suppose. Not too shabby. Great touchdown. 231 feet per minute challenging conditions. Distance from threshold 655. So we're on the upper end of it being acceptable. We were 3 meters off the centre line on average. So yeah, not perfect. Not perfect, but it's alright. There we go. Right, folks. I'm going to call it a day, I think. It's been a long old stream, this one. Probably not going to do one like this again for a long time, because honestly, these long cruises, I can't be doing them. They just take far too long. Far too long. I'm very much more a, Luton to Belfast kind of guy. I think. Just much more interesting. Anyway, thank you all very much indeed. I may not be back now until after my holiday. So, now is the time to get emotional. But hopefully we'll be back strong after the holiday. Basically, I've kind of not been happy really the last 2, 3, 4 weeks with the amount of time I've had to put into the channel, and the channel's been suffering, which has annoyed me greatly. And now I've kind of got this holiday, but I'm determined to enjoy the holiday and just forget the channel for a week and then come back and just hit it again, basically. So that's my plan. Thank you all very much indeed for coming along. I do appreciate you all, genuinely. Still boggles my mind that anyone turns up to this at all. So I will see you after the break. Maybe I'll get the odd video or two out if I've managed to make something, edit it and schedule it while I'm gone. But don't hold your breath. I'm more determined just to have a proper break, and then we'll start it all again. But until I'm back, have a great time. Enjoy yourselves, and I'll see you on the next one. Cheers.